Testing, testing. Okay. So I'm gonna pick right off where I left where I left yesterday. I got the pathfinding to work somehow. Not somehow, but in some kind of form. It's not ideal yet, and that's what I'll fix today. Pathfind the actual path from the center through each waypoint of the route. And the second underground path. If I look at the find path, doesn't exist anymore. Well, I should actually rename this again. Yeah. So the route gets generated, and why do I reverse this here? I think that may be an error. Let me just check that real quick. Well, okay, so as you can see in the mini-map, I now have a path, but one problem that it still has is that the actually, let me write this in the to-do file. So it follows to the waypoint, but the way back to the next waypoint may be at such an acute angle that it reuses patches that it already went through. So I have to somehow tell the pathfinding that it should not reuse these patches. Yeah, but so this reverse is needed somehow. I drew a picture somewhere. So why do I reverse the route? Oh, because it's, yeah, so the pathfinding starts at the center of the map, but all the actual run paths for the players should lead to it. So the route leads away from it. I reverse it here. so it leads to the center. And the the A star is also reversed. Let's worry about that later, or if it comes up. Let's try finding a path in the underworld. And that also worked. That's good. And let's try running a proper game. Because I think that didn't work. Yeah. So let's investigate that. Well, this worked. Great. Works in the debugger. That's reverse malware. Let's see if this makes sense. Okay, this is good. This exit is removed. It still has the other side, which is not good. But also not bad. This may be the exit. Okay, another exit here. Let's backtrack and see if there should only be one way in and one way out after these jumps. So yeah, this is missing. That's good. There's also nothing up here. Oh gosh. This bear is too strong. Okay, this is also missing. So this works. I also started not at the center, so that the start point is correct. Why am I... Is this the same place? No. So this looks kind of... Well, I'm in the middle of the path, which is not good. But the path looks nice. Much better actually than the previous method did. So that's actually really good. But why is it starting from waypoint 1? Are the segments reversed? Look at the code. So I get the 0, then path end. Okay. It's the put start. Okay, that's here. What I need is the get start. Or start something, start point. I go through all the patches. Oh, the first patch. So yeah, this is not right. This is not correct. So I have to reverse the elements in these segments. So I have this function here, find path. I have the route, which is just a really coarse path, dots, waypoints, and this path finds between these points to form the complete path. And it does that simply by taking two waypoints from the route and using A star pathfinding to connect between the two. It does that by using the patches in the overworld, which are these chunks of tiles that have exits. And the result is backwards. That's just an A star thing. But it's pretty annoying. And I also if I have this G value, that should actually be the length of the path, I think. Let's look at that. Let's break at this run.c 258. CG. C is the current patch. Then I have a nav navigation data on the patch, and the G value is 312. That seems excessive. Let's look at the parent. Value. So that's 13 lower. That does not make that much sense. So it's set here with this value. If I just do +1, that should also work. What was it? 258. that's 12. That makes sense. That makes sense. So I can how long can I chain this? 8. Four. One. 0. And this one has no parent. So that's good. So that means there are there are exactly 12 patches in the segment here. And that's pretty cool because I can use that to reverse this. Let's look at the reverse function here. And copy that. So that's c nv.g by 2. Build the path. It's not that easy. I might have to store this. No, actually. Don't need this at all. I can't say... is visited. Well, this is much too late. Yeah, I have to do the revisiting check down here somewhere. Actually, while looking at the neighbors. Let's leave it at that for a second. Let's say CCC, reverse right into NDS. Two, 4, 3. Show start patch. What? That doesn't make sense. Because the start patch is always the center of the map. Same thing. What did I change? That's still on. All I did was move this down here. Why does this... Wow, that doesn't make any sense. Why does removing this cause this up here to break? Is there another check? I'm not clearing this. So this just looks if the patch is already in the path, and that's it. I mean, I should be able to keep this here. Okay, so that works. Path looks kind of crazy. Oh, that's because... Well, actually, why is that? I really need to visualize the patches that are on the path, because this minimap just doesn't cut it. It should be relatively easy. But let's first reverse this. Why is this? Why did I put this here? Oh, to not duplicate the start point. Oh, is that true? It's to not duplicate the beginning of the segment. I could also just okay, this starts at the goal. So let's say if this is not the start, this should work similarly. Emphasis on should. The other way around. If we start at the parent of the goal, also it doesn't like it, so I need to remove both. That doesn't make sense. Why does this work? If C is not G and C is not S. The assertion is here to actually it's at 243. Start is not null. What is start? It's 0. What is waypoint A? X2. So that's wrong. That is wrong. It may be because, let's look at the, was it frame 4, frame 5? What is I? I is 5. What? What happened? So this should be 8, I think. Makes no sense. Did I do anything? I added this here, but this might be a brutal stream again. Yeah, this is broken. What is happening? So I have my segments. And I'm pathfinding through this. But can't I just... Can I just do this in the reverse here? $90. Okay, then it finds nothing. segfault. It gets crazier. Crazier and crazier. Okay, editor works. This run, start the game proper. Okay, it's only sometimes then. .0. Couldn't find a path. I mean, this may occasionally happen. Why would this happen? There are no clues here. This is also fine again. I mean, if this can't find a path, I mean, this will search the whole map. So I don't get why. It's because I changed this. Doesn't seem so. So this is commented out. I know it might not find a path because there are dead ends. So if it's forbidden from revisiting patches, then of course this will eventually cause it to not find a path. Okay, it tried 1,000 patches. Oh, it might not find a path if the waypoint is inaccessible. So if it has no neighbors, which is, this is wrong. I need to check the patch under the waypoint for accessibility. I do that just like in the pathfinding. Make something with this. Struct patch. And this patch is the patch at the waypoint position. Where's this waypoint? Well, the waypoint is chosen already, so this is the wrong place. I thought I was checking this somewhere. Here. Is this where the waypoints are created? And this was a bug that's gone. This connect the patches. So I find the patches. I'm sorry. Calculate patch center position. Okay. Connect patch neighbors. For all elements. Add the neighbor. Or the waypoints. This is a chicken and egg problem. Because to see how connected the patch is, I have to know what its neighbors are. So this has to run twice. This gets broken out. Actually, I can just duplicate this. First find the neighbors. Find the waypoints. What was this? That's actually 2, I think. Can do it this way. Yeah. So on all the stuff that's on this patch, if it's a staircase, well, that does make sense. That does not make sense. I need to iterate the neighbors. So if the patch layer, I mean that's exactly that. The patch layer is 2 and the neighbors layer is 0, then add the waypoint. But if the patch, if the number of neighbors is less than 2, actually it's 3, no it's 2. Continue. Don't add waypoints to badly connected patches. So for all neighbors, check if this one goes into the underworld. If it does, then add a waypoint here. Actually, I may use the patch position here, because that's center. Well, actually, the waypoints, yeah, I should use this. Because it makes the waypoints sit on top of the patches, which is, I think, better for the route. Unused variable patch. What? Where's this? Taiwan. This is not tile. Well, it is. What did I change here? Oh yeah, I wanted to check this here. So that was precursory. So now that the waypoints are more robust, this should maybe crash less. That was the problem. Well, that's certainly not the case. That's 290. Let's show the waypoints in the minimap again. Yeah, they look the same. So that should be okay. C is 0. So this was from 840 594. Let me check I have a jump function. But that's not really active in the editor. But this is the perfect time to add this again. Okay, here it jumps. String separator. Let's make it a dot. If is alpha. Okay, that's easy enough. The first character that I type into the console is a letter. Then it jumps to markers. If it's a number or anything else, then it teleports. I would like to retain these slashes. So let's make this open a different way. There it is. Okay, this is 0. I just removed this. And then I can type slashes. So let's try it. What I want is 8. Oh, great. Yeah, I should maybe render it somewhere else. To the right. It's better. Well, side not times. Let's place it over the minimap. And this is so 840 slash 594. Good, that works again. That's great. And this is the waypoint. And the actual waypoint is this, I guess. Oh, this is completely malformed. But also it's not correct. No, this is the one. Yeah. So this is the patch. And it wants to go to nine, 6, 8, 7, 3, 5. Oh, this is a long ways away. Um, 9, 6, 8. Well, yeah, this is bad. So my idea was this landed in a trench. There's no patch there. So the idea of putting the waypoints where the patches are was kind of catastrophic. And that's in tile. Map the waypoints. Is that actually it? Oh, it's here. So let's leave it on the elements. but there's no element. I'm going through the neighbors. Can't I just... Oh, this is so bad. So I have these elements on the patches that are, for example, staircases that will decide where the neighbors of the patch are, if there are any. But to place waypoints, I need to know that if the patch is connected enough. And then after I know that, I create the waypoints. The waypoints need to have a position that is directly where the object is. The waypoints are just staircases. And I have all these patches here. Oh wait. I add the waypoints here. Yeah, there may be multiple per patch. Should actually not be the case. So I can... Oh, I can't. I mean, this is just a programming exercise at this point. What I need is a good position here. How do I move this stuff around? I need the element. I'm iterating the neighbors, which I also kind of need. I could circumvent all of this and store the patch pointer in the waypoint. But that seems really iffy. What I could do is check if in split the element iteration to 2 and say this if this is a ladder which connects 2 patches horizontally, then I know the neighbors. You know the number of neighbors. And I can, I'll have to do this again. To get the neighbor. That's okay. It's not that much more work than before. Yeah, this is ugly, but still pretty straightforward. So I go through all patches. Then first I go through all ladders on the patch, collect all the neighbors of the patch, check to see if it's connected. If it's well connected with these ladders. If not, then I skip these stairs. That's also bad. It should be here. Let's make it more visible. And because there are staircases, yeah, I need the porches. These as well. Let's look at the patch neighbor function. Chooses those. So I have porches, ledges, tunnels. Yeah, you should. Actually, I should do everything but the stairs. But it should be a portal. That's but everything but the stairs. this code gets... I mean, this has to work just once, thankfully. This is nothing that's a moving target. For all the elements, if it's not a portal, then skip. If it's stairs, then skip. If the neighbors array is full, then skip. If this element, if you couldn't find the patch for this element, or the patch for this element is this patch again, through a crazy reason, I'm not sure what that would be, but if that's the case, if there's no neighbor, then skip. And if the neighbor is malformed, then skip as well, else add the neighbor to the patches neighbors. Then go through the elements again. If the element is a staircase, if it's not a staircase, then skip. If the neighbors are full, then skip. I can remove this, because the neighbors are already all set. Well, actually that's wrong. Actually that's wrong. I need the stairs. Yeah, this is actually a really important connection. Thank God I went through this again. So get the neighbor of this patch using the stairs, which is on another layer, either down or up, and save that neighbor. And then look at this patch. If it's well connected, then if it's well connected and it is in the overworld and leads into the underworld, and if the number of waypoints is exceeding the array, then skip. Otherwise, get the next waypoint pointer and fill the element's position into it. Create the waypoint. So maybe that helps with the... What was the problem? The waypoints landing in outside of patches. Wow. It worked. Where am I? Oh, okay. Okay. This looks like a cave. I should make caves like this in the underworld. Okay, let's jump out. So this is the path It actually looks not all bad. But this is weird. Oh, this is the end. Okay. But what is this? Certainly not the start point. What's happening? Well, I still have to reverse the A star results. But let me commit this. Fix waypoints ending outside of patches. What was it? Make. Oh no, it's fine. Path. Yeah, so still have to reverse this. The G score should now reflect the path length. And so I can, well, this stupid visitor is still throwing me off. Let's see if that's still a thing. Yep. Oh wait. If two, oh god. If I have a graph, no, I have one here. If I have a graph of nodes and connections, and then I number them to create a path. If I duplicate one of them, yeah, of course. Nodes in a graph don't have connections to themselves. So if you duplicate one of the elements in the sequence, then you create a barrier between them. Does that make sense? Is this relevant here? It is relevant. Yes, it is relevant because if these two patches are the same, well, that's worth asserting. I'm not sure if my theory is correct. Probably not. But if it is, then this assertion would be triggered now. And that's not the case. It's here. No, it's not. It's 2, 3, 4. It's here. Oh god. But close. Why is this x2? Two slash 7. What? That's completely wrong. But I don't have much more. I have all its neighbors. But that's also wrong. Yeah, so this is number of neighbors 653. This is capped at 64, so this would have crashed. So this is not a valid waypoint. So let's look at the frame above. And as I guessed, it's this again. So something exploded somewhere and took this root length variable, this nRTE with it. And I mean, I is okay. But something blew up. The question is, what is it? I mean, it happens when I uncomment this. Which means this will... This is the path. This is not the route. Route should actually have nothing to do with this. What is going on? I mean, at this point, writing a simple physics engine is simpler. I mean, one with a triangle soup. Let's see what happens if I turn this on. Run game. Okay, it also dies at 2, 4, 6. Okay, that's also a dead waypoint. Is this a simple problem and I'm just too dense? Is visited. So this goes through the whole path. And says if this patch is the one in the path, it returns 1. How could this corrupt something? Is continuing here bad? Oh, I think it is. I think it should be here. Ho ho. Ho 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 ho. And the luck is gone. Man, these bugs are the worst. It's not a Heisen bug yet. Maybe one. But let's hope it's not. So I still think this is reversed. I have I, so let's set I to the number of nodes. Plus the length of the path, and then I can say I minus minus. Oh god. GDP. What is this? What is going on? There's some serious memory stuff going on here. What is it? Why are these algorithms so complicated? Let's do this. And run. Let's see if this runs in the editor. What? Okay, that's not what I asked for, but okay. So this might actually be legit. These crashes. Not crashes, but... Wait, are they... 291. Okay, so this might actually be legit. This just means it couldn't find the path. Okay, that one. But 291. Well, the question is, why didn't it find a path? I mean, I can... Yeah, I should actually just let this go through. If this fails, then find path fails. And then this tries again for 10,000 times. So I should actually be able to just move this. My predictions are pretty bad. Okay, that's the editor. And they are pretty bad. This is again a weird crash. So if this failed, this should break. And this failed here. Return 1. Break. Okay, and then it didn't fail. Then it failed. Okay, another assertion. That's weird. Find path. That is in. Find path is 0. Assertion number of nodes is not 0. How can this exit here? Oh, if it dies after... It would always return the 1. Great. Okay. Path after 1 try. After 1 try. Who would have guessed? If you remove the asserts, it starts crashing. After 1 try, after 2 tries, 1 try, 2 tries, 1 try. Sorry for the annoying flickering. Oh, they're crashed. Putting the start position assertion element is not null. Big feature marker on patch. Well, that's bad. But I can just return zero. Maybe that's the solution to everything. Did I build this? Yes. GDP. Let's do this a couple more times. And another crash. Segfault. I think this is the bad one. What? How did this waypoint become 0? So I can actually set this, and that's RTE target. Yes. No, it's not a moving variable. So it was 7. It looked for 8. That was not there. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should stop at 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But there have to be, if I want 8 segments, I need 9 waypoints. Why is math so complicated? Couldn't there be an easier universe? Run. Yeah, that's of course now wrong. What else? Same thing. Oh. Exact same thing. Less than 9. It should stop at 7, right? I think so. That looks better. Oh, it's something else. Thank God. Also a waypoint. That's 0. What? An RTE. Let me guess, it's 8. It's 9. Oh man. Let's make this 8. Otherwise I'll go insane. And where is it? Here. Less than 8. I need more. Find route. There it is. +1. That's also bad. Oh, it has to be in the... number of waypoints. Well, I want the number of segments. Number of patches of a root segment. Well, that's also bad. It's horribly named, everything. Should change that. Not now. Number of segments. So this should be... if it's 8, then this stops at 7. No, it stops at 8. Why did I name this stupid variable a segment? Hello? It's not used. Oh, here. It's used here. So let's rename this target thing. Waypoints. There are 9 of them. Segments, there are 8. And segment length is 12. So this is route segment. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This should work. Wasn't that the problem? So this has to be waypoint. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Thank God. My brain is catching up. So this is waypoints. distance. Okay. Target. And the segment. Gonna try. Mini map. Why is this called so early? But no, it's called late. So for all crashing here. It's 9. There are 9 waypoints. But what the hell is going on? Oh, this is less than. This have to be -1. No. So I'm making 9 waypoints. And then I'm making 8 segments between them. And this nRT is the number of waypoints I have. This is 9. So that's just... Why is this? Why is this 9? This I here. Oh. Okay. Because something exploded. Okay, I'll take a short break. This is super annoying. These are the worst bugs. Could be just an off by 1 error. Could be something much worse. No idea. I should maybe, I mean, last resort is running a static analyzer over this whole thing. That might take 2 or 3 days. Well, actually, it shouldn't be so bad. Want to have this in the make file. Nope. F analyze. Oh. Add to text file something. Can use the F dump analyzer exploded nodes. Okay, whatever. Where are we? These are C flags, I think. Does it matter where? This is non-pipeable, is it? Yes. And I also can't write this out. Yes. It's just awesome. Wow. Stack Overflow was useful today. Where are we? Input. Well, it stopped somewhere, didn't it? Yeah, it's actually not viable. It has to be done at one point. I have to go through the static analyzer, but yeah, I mean, it might actually not be a bad idea to have this at my disposal for things like this. But it's at least, I should at least get this fixed. The stupid path reversal. I'm not sure if this is actually impacting the route. I don't know. I'll be right back. Mm. I'm thinking about making a visualization of the path. I'm not sure that this will fix this problem. But I should actually do this. And maybe it will make it easier to track it down at least. But for that, I have to create a path every time the app starts. I can also, it's not really necessary. So let's make a new editor mode. Name it path. And let's add it here. Add here. So I render the terrain. The objects, the perimeter, that's the line, the cursor, mode info, and the minimap. Now the real change is how the tiles are rendered or tessellated. And I need a update function. Is there a simple update function here? Not really. So let's just take this one. And I need don't need a selection. I need the switch layer. Move the cursor, zooming, and nothing else. Right. I can flatten tiles with R3. Completely forgot about that. So that should give me this path mode. Not sure why this is differently spaced. Yeah, okay, that's that's just copy and paste idiocy. Now in the tiles, I have this switch case that colors the tiles differently in the terrain edit mode. What was this? Let's make this a switch case, why not? So I have the color of the symbols. I have the background color that is in the terrain mode dependent on the terrain height. Background tile index, okay, that's just the background sprite. So if there's no path, then I want this to do nothing. I may be actually just be able to yeah, I have this here. So this is the flood map. It should have a different value for each patch. Let's give this index. And I need the position, that is P. Come on. And the colors. Maybe like this. Oh, that's blocks. What? No, it's not. Layer. Have the layer 2. I have no default. So this is the default. Well, let's just put it. Okay, so now I can see the patches. And they are kind of weird. Should be none on. Wow, why is this 0? Because of the tunnel. Maybe I should clean this up first. One 30 is water. If this is not a path, why am I? Shouldn't this be here? -1. Why is it colored differently? If it's all -1. Or because the I have no else. Wow. Okay, this looks much better. There's still many. Okay, that's just, wait, no. Oh yeah, that's just coincidence that this is gray as well. Can I add, move the grays out of the picture maybe? Like this actually. I mean, that looks worse, but okay, that's serviceable. So everything that's gray is outside. So yeah, that was actually a good idea. And what I can also do, so this looks correct. What I can also do is show the path. But that might be, well, actually, it only has to tessellate. It only has to tessellate once. So it's not that critical that this is performant. So I can look up the path. So let's make another editor mode. And rename this one. Let's rename this one patches. And then the other one is the path. This is the same as geo. I think so. Let's move this up. Where did it go? That was a bad spot. patch. Well, we can also do I call it? No, let's call it this. And let's check this. Wedge and path. So in the patches, I do this, but in the path, this is more complicated. So I want the nodes. I want to know if this tile is in path. For that I can look at the I need the patch add function. If patch here is not null, if it is null, I mean it's only this color. So let's just set it twice. If it's not null, or maybe if it's null, then break. And this is visible. I need that. Sit, run. The other way around. If is visible. It's 0, then break, otherwise well, actually this is always gray. And let's make this the same. So if the patch exists and it's visible, which is, I mean, this iterates over the whole path again, which is, yeah, bad. There might be hiccups when I switch to this mode, but is what it is. Struct patch. Okay, that's the patch mode, same as before. This is the path mode. That shouldn't show anything, so that's good. Let's jump in here, and there's the path. There is the path. The first time I see it. Why is this another color? Of course, there's no indication of its direction or anything. Why is this another color? It's weird. I think I have the modulo still in there. No? Yeah. That makes sense. Make this, let's make this yellow. And how do I find out? I don't have a waypoint at, or I have a waypoint at. Oh, that's the nearest. That's not. That should be called waypoint by. And let's make a, well, I don't need to export this. I need a static struct waypoint at returns the waypoint in the patch at P or no. And same thing here. Actually, don't need the waypoint. Where did I? Oh, that's bad. Thinking this backwards, I guess. What I need here is the question is there waypoint in the patch of this tile? Patch. I have the elements. Oh wow. I have to do this for every tile in the world. So that's pretty bad. I could look at this tile struct, this patch struct, go through all its elements. Well, actually I can go through its neighbors. Go through the neighbors, check if the neighbor goes to layer 2. But that doesn't make it the active waypoint. Okay, let's not do that. That's not good. However, I do have all the waypoints, so I can in the, well, it's also here. The symbol rendering, I can do something similar for all the waypoints. What is EX? No idea. Renders markers for all waypoints, all found of the route. And this is that makes sense. I'd have it in frustum. What happened? Give me this, please. So waypoint is just, come on, my hands are cold again. Usual excuse. T error. Well, this is really old. This can go. So I might need this. So get the tile at, actually don't need this. Get the tile at the waypoint position. And I hope it has that. Would be silly otherwise, yeah. Get the get the tile. If that's 0, then bon voyage. If the tile object index is 0, that's irrelevant. Then get the height. Transpose the position, come on, to the non-square grid of the world. These TSX and TSY is just the skew factor. And more VP height, and then object size. Oh, and frustum. That's just the frustum check. Let's say it's just 1. Render symbol tile position. Oh, this uses the tile object. No, yes. So I can't use that. But can use this. 2, 3, 4. Object height. I don't need. Well. No idea. So this is the ground backdrop, the face, the sprite. Did I copy the waving thing? What is mark? Oh, that's a marker. Let's use that. Marker is good. Size, let's leave this at 1. V0, V1. Start. Height, size. Oh, that's sprite and color. Sprite is just a W. Color is cyan. What is the rest? That's always 0. Okay. This may work. Let's keep this dead. Oh, this has to be exported. I have to put this into the editor. In the path render editor function. Oh, great. Now I have to break it out. here. That's only for the path. Tile cursor here. VP and WP undeclared. Height undeclared. Height P. D. What is D? Yeah, that's not here. VP add. Find the new. Did I? Oh, I didn't finish this. Thank God I left it in a broken state. So I could find it again. T undeclared. What else? Incompatible types. And that's it. And I have waypoints. But I don't check if they're in the path. So this, well, does that matter? I don't think so. Actually, don't think so. Path. So well, it matters if they are in or not. Oh, they are not removed. Well, thank God I implemented this mode. This yellow is super aggressive. Let's tone this down. Let's make it, I mean, everything else is gray, so I can choose any color. Let's make it like C0, maybe too dark. Oh, actually, I can just give it its normal color. And I can even make this dark. Key 0. 1. Okay, that makes sense. It started in a lost, abandoned patch. That does not make sense. Just want to see the colors, please. Let's go somewhere sensible here. Okay. Yeah, that's too hard to see. That's not good. Let's say it's blue. Yeah. Are you serious? Okay. How does this look? Actually, I think it's not bad. But it doesn't make sense. Why is it a closed loop? Why is it closed? And these branches here. That's not correct. Okay, it stops. Is this? Yeah. Is it? No. Why does it stop here? This is the end. So maybe the waypoint setting is wrong. I mean, it's almost a good path, except for this. These these arms coming out of it. Otherwise, it looks fine. Yes, there are trees. But it should actually start here, somewhere. Well, I think it's here actually. So maybe it... I'm not sure what it did. This could be an off by 1. Let me start somewhere else. Okay, or crash. Well, actually, I think the editor can't produce good paths. This might. So this is the start. Let me invert this. So, once again, give me a game, give me a game, give me a game. There it is. Okay. So this leads yeah, none of these markers are removed. So I can't really know where it's going. This is weird already. This has to converge here. Let's follow this path. And it goes to a dead end. So the start placement is wrong, I believe. But there are these other branches. And does this make sense? I'm not quite sure what's happening. But I think the waypoints are placed poorly. Or rather, yeah. Oh yeah, it's still allowed. It's still allowed backtracking, I think. That would explain this. It comes down here, needs to go here. But instead of following this path here, it goes up and over here. And I have that. Well, actually, let's commit this real quick. Add path visualization. Let's see. Path visualization modes to editor. Edit function run Let's keep this for GDB. Check out tile. That's actually not it. Check out run. And here in the find path, I have this commented out. I think this should be here. Don't need GDP. Well, I'm in the middle of a path. Makes no sense. Oh, then this is... Oh, yeah. I think this makes sense. If I reverse these segments, then this would have been at the start, I believe. So this runs down here and then splits for some reason. What is going on? Oh, then these are also... Does that make sense? If these are all reversed, maybe... So let's just... whatever. Let's just pick some number and put these in here. And then in the reverse function, here I'll say this is a patch. I can reuse C. And NDS. Yeah, that's something like this. But it's pretty late, so let's look over this again. Walk the A-star path backwards using parents and fill this segment array, which is pointers to patches, the same as the pathfinding uses, and then converge from either side of the array and flip those two members using C as a placeholder. which is dangerous, but whatever. Pretty sure this crashes anyway. And then once that's reversed, put it into the path. Let's trust that one build is enough. Okay, that's lucky. And let's see what happened. Oh, it looks better. This is a start. This is actually a start. Still a single path. Still a single path. Still have hope. It's a single path. Oh. What's this? What is happening here? I mean, if those are not connected, then that's fine. If these letters are removed, then that's fine, and they should be, because this whole thing is linear. So I think it goes to die here. What is going on? Maybe it thinks it can just backtrack. Okay, that's the second time this worked. Instantly. So that's pretty good. Okay, there's our path. Looks good. And what is this? This does not make sense. Is that a dead tile? What? You too? That's weird. I mean, this looks pretty good. So at least some of the pathfinding works. So I think this may be a general problem. I might need more dots. More waypoints. But I mean, this is really the hardest thing in the game. The hardest system. Most complex one. So if that's over, then I may be able to never touch it again. Or very, very seldomly. But I mean, for that it has to be rock solid. Okay, I'll take another short break and think about how I find out why the paths look like this. So, be right back. Um, so let's look at the debug mode, what that gives me. I'm afraid not very much. Nope. And the exits are not removed. Let's look at that real quick. Go through all tiles in the world. If it's a portal, remove it. Get the patch. Removed unused exits. Get the patch neighbor of the object. Returns neighbor of patch opposite the portal of OI at PL. And this is a staircase. This is called patch at. So this is this is kind of stupid. Oh wait. Yeah, it is, because it does not test if this patch is in the path. So I have to call this is visible as well. The patch is null. That would be very bad. Or it's not visible. Remove it. Remove exits leading off the path. Remove unused exits. Yeah. Remove exits leading off the path. Oh god. There it is visible. Wait, so this was correct. But this does nothing really. So I think this should work. Hmm. What's this? Oh, it removed the exit here. And here. And not here. Because it's somehow connected. And this is removed. This is removed. Yeah, this is a dead end. Why did it keep this? So it's kind of working, which is okay at this stage. Let's look at the path length. Depth. I should be able to just change this here. I halve this, double this. And this should be halved, I think. Build us some crazy stuff. That's the backtracking, I guess. Actually, let's reverse the draw order in the minimap. So that the waypoints are on top, like they should be. Should be on top. So why then are they? And I'm at the center again. Let's look at the start position. Actually, let's note what this was. Was this not? Okay, put start. Take the first path node. Pick a feature and place the start point. These this function goes through all patches and places features. Are the element positions wrong maybe, but that's unlikely. That's just the flood function position of the tile. That's just this. Actually, could be somewhere else. Man, I wish I could replace this stupid flooding thing. The recursion of it is just... it's too much. So no, but why? How? How could the start position land in the middle of the path? Unless... unless this overshoots and connects with itself. I may have to go through one of these routes. So this didn't solve anything. But rather made it more difficult to see, so let's remove this. Okay, this time I'm at a proper start. Again, these excursions here. Okay, so I think this went up here first. And then came down to this one. Then it went here. Who knows what it did? It also doesn't end at the proper place. This is the end. So is the end near the start? Let's look at this function again. Let's just try this. Because I think this it gets confused by something. Okay, that's okay. That's also fine. Well, that's not good. Find route. So this finds the route between the waypoints. It finds a starting point, adds it at the beginning, and until I have all the waypoints, I shuffle the waypoint neighbors. I look for a valid candidate as the next waypoint in the chain. Going through all the neighbors. If the neighbor has less than 2 connections, it's skipped. If it's visited, then it's skipped. And if it's too near to the other points, it's skipped as well. And then it's added to the candidates. And it is set to be the current waypoint. To have its neighbors checked. It's also inserted into the next position of the route, and it is picked by choosing it at random. This should be assigned. And that's it. Oh, it's still reversed here. Maybe I need this to be gone finally. actually it should be reversed. I think now I should appear at the center. Yep. Let's look at the path. Maybe it looks better. This is weird already. Going down, going down. Not bad. Not bad. Still okay. Still okay. Well, no. But this could be a backtracking issue. And then this also backtracking. The backtracking is can I just I do this clearing. Let's keep this reversed. Don't think that had any impact. So clearing this, I could leave the closed on. The closed set flag. And that should exclude all the... Oh, that's not good. I don't want to... I don't want to keep the nav data. But I want to... set them closed if they're in the path. Not sure if this works. It should maybe. And that's... That's because it's not reset. But then this should also work. No, I'm not sure. Okay. Why does it split? think it's backtracking again. I might have to bring out the vector again. But this is pretty good. This is pretty good. And, well, except that it doesn't end at the center. What is going on? This will drive me crazy. I did do this. Didn't like that. Okay, where was I? Here? In this patch, I guess. Okay, and this is already super weird. I mean, gameplay-wise, well, this is catastrophic, but yeah, it's also not what I want. I think I am trying to find a path through points that are just, I think they're really just too far apart. Let's do this again. Going in circles now. Let's say this is, let's make it 50. This times 4. That's, oh God, help me. 36. And this is 32. And this is then 4. Kate doesn't like that at all. Does not like it. Oh no. Well, already threw it away. 36, and this is 35. That might be the issue. might also not be the issue. Session start is not the goal. There might be a clue in there somewhere. And this is in 4 at 5, 3. Wait. These waypoints are super close together. So they might actually be on the same patch. So I'm trying to make this segment between these two waypoints, but it's just too short. So 50 isn't too low. What's that? Now this again. Let's look at where RTE is written to. Here. Find is this just never reset? No, it is reset. The number is here. So it's written to here, which seems fine. And here. It crashes there. Why the hell does it do that? Because this while loop checks for this. So something happens. Candidates. Am I writing all the candidates? Oh no. Isn't that WNB max? Okay. Actually, restart GDP. Okay, that's not it. Is it here somewhere? What is happening? Oh, okay, I'm just testing. What's this? RTE. Great. Where was I? Here. This should be okay. Chasing ghosts again, I guess. GDP. Stack smashing. Okay. There's definitely a memory problem here. But where is it? Um, 303. Here somewhere. Yeah, well, thanks. So the problem is here. In the pathfinding. Let's move these down here. Okay, it's running. It's at 40. Oh, it's here. It's hanging here. Oh, I had that. Yeah, it's hanging here. It's because I think that was because the closed set was not working. Here. So then this should be here. And we're back to stack smashing. Okay, let's go through the code. The problem is still the crashing issue. And before that isn't resolved, I don't know what causes the path to misbehave. So let's find that. So when I start the run, I try 10,000 times to create a path. And the start point in the world differs depending on whether I started from the editor or a real game. The real game sets the start point at the end of the game. And this gets then reversed for the final path. So I have P is the end, the position at the end of the game. And then I create the route from the waypoints. And if that didn't work, if I didn't get a long enough route, I will start this again. So that means it should reset the counter, and it does. So this is the end point. And I find the starting waypoint of the route by finding the actual waypoint from the position from X and Y. If that's null, this function fails. If the waypoint has no neighbors, no connections to other waypoints, this fails. Let's look at waypoint by other file. It iterates all waypoints and finds the nearest to this one, to the start of or end of the game. It's the center of the map. It finds the closest waypoint to the center of the map. And this is not initialized. Oh, it is here. Never mind. So this just goes through all the waypoints. It takes the distance with the position here. If that's greater than the minimum position, then continue. The minimum position is set to very high, and if it is lower, if it is nearer, set this pointer to the waypoint, update the minimum distance, and so on. When this has completed, this has run through all the waypoints, it returns what it has left. That's it. So this should now, CWP's current waypoint should now be the center of the world, or nearby. It should be a waypoint on a staircase, or else this function should have failed. Then yeah, I check the connections of it. If they are 0, then that's also a no-go. I reset the path length, the route length, and I add the center waypoint to the route. And then until I have enough route waypoints, I go through, I take the current waypoint, shuffle the neighbors, so all the links it has to other waypoints. It's just an array that gets shuffled. Actually, that's not needed anymore, because I take the random. I take one of them randomly. I just have to check them still. Yeah. I need to shuffle, or I need candidates. Don't need both. So let's remove this. So I collect candidates. That is, I look at all neighbors. I set the number of candidates that I have to 0 for the other iteration of this while loop. I take the first neighbor in this pointer. If it has less than 0 connection, less than 2 connections, I don't take it. If it is already in the route, then I also don't take it. This just iterates. This just iterates over all the waypoints in the route and checks if the pointer is the same. If it finds itself, if it finds that this pointer is somewhere in the route, it returns 1, and this gets skipped. then I keep, and then I check if the neighbor of this yeah, this WP is the neighbor. Actually, let's rename this. So that it's easier. So if it's not already in the root, and if it's not near the current root. So I test all nodes in the root and just take the distance again of the waypoint, the neighbor position and the position of the waypoint that I'm iterating over. And yes, if any of the waypoints in the route is less than target distance, then return 1. This means yes, it is near the root. If that's the case, don't take it. Else, add it to the candidates. And so I have an array of candidates. If I don't have one, then that's it. Fine. Okay, let's check. If it's less than, okay, so if I don't have, if there's no candidates, then that's a critical failure. I should maybe return null here, but but for debugging, this is not bad. But yeah, let's just leave it. Then this assert was stupid. This one isn't quite as stupid, but still. So if I have candidates, I set the current waypoint and the next route waypoint to a random candidate. And then this begins anew. It takes the neighbors of this current waypoint checks if it's in a route. Yeah, okay. Same thing. So this should then have created a route of about 8 waypoints that are kind of okay. And these waypoints, they started at the center. They originated from the center. But then I reverse them so that the first node, let me look at the code, it goes through half of the waypoints, well, the indices, and on either end it swaps them. So it gets a waypoint and it goes down from the end. It takes a waypoint from going up the array. Then it takes one coming down the array. And swaps them. Not sure why this is -1. Okay, that's for the index. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's done. So the route now has its end at the center, not the start. And then to build the path, I use this function, find path, which takes a layer. So overworld is always layer 2. And this basically uses pathfinding, pathfinding between the waypoints to walk over the patches in the world to connect the waypoints. First working order for this is to clear the navigation data for the A-star pathfinding. It sets all the nodes, the path length to 0. It asserts that it has enough waypoints, and then it goes through the number of segments, which is waypoints -1 actually. And for each segment it takes a route waypoint and the next one that follows it, which means this starts with the player start point, and this is one further along the path or the route. So it pushes 2 waypoints into this make segment function and a layer. If that is 0, if this returns 0, it grabs itself and returns 0 itself. Otherwise, if this ran through, it returns 1. And if this is 0, the path generation will start again. So let's look at the clear nav data. This goes through all patches in the world. There are about 3,000, well, 3,000 to 4,000 patches. It resets their A-star data. So A-star parent, the F value, the G score, the closed set and open set flags. And it does that for this layer. So it's about 1,000 to 1,500 patches. Yeah, and then this This didn't work, I think. And this was a try to prevent backtracking. So make segment. This gets called how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And should fill the path with patches. So it gets 2 waypoints and a layer. It sets up stuff. Number of segments, yeah, and then I have these patches. Start patch, which is the patch at waypoint 1. The end patch or goal, which is the patch at waypoint 2 or WB. Then I have the current patch and the neighbor patch, and this array to reverse the route. So to start, I get the patch at the WA waypoint, put that into S. If this fails, then it dies. The patch add function patch add function takes a world position, checks some bounds, and then in the flood map of the patches it checks if at this position it is -1, which means it's uninitialized. I have these still. Let's use them here. If it's unflooded, or if it's empty, return no. This should work. Yeah, so looking at the flood map, and if there's not a patch indexed here, then return null. Otherwise return the patch at the index in the flood map. And that should just work. Okay, that's the patch add function. After that, I set up the start patch for the pathfinding. I set the f value to the distance between start and end, g value to 0, and put it in the open set. Then same thing for the goal patch. I try to get the patch at WB, which is the waypoint towards the end of the game, and I check that they are not the same. Start and end are different. Then as long as nothing happens, I pull a patch from the open set. So a star has an open set and a closed set, which is just a bucket with things you've already touched. That's all there is to it. So this function finds the lowest F score in the open set. For this it goes through all patches in the world or in this layer. This is super inefficient, but it's easy enough to understand right now. And it checks if it is this patch in the open set. If it's not, then continue. If the F score is greater than what is here, then continue. Otherwise, set the minimum F score and record this patch. This is the same as finding the nearest waypoint, basically. If this is done, return fi. It's either a patch from the open set with the lowest F value, or it's null. So if it's null, then break. And this means there's no path to explore left. So when this starts, the only thing in it is the start patch, but that expands quickly below. So if this is null, then that's the end. Otherwise, if I have found something in the open set with the lowest F value, and that thing is the goal, then we have arrived at the end. And to get the path, you have to walk back all the parents of the patches. So you take the goal and you look at the goal's parent, which is C. Actually, not true. It's the thing from the previous while loop iteration. So we set C to G, which is actually irrelevant in this case. And while C is not null and C is not the start, set C to its parent. And then I have this visibility check here, which I don't know why I need, but if I don't add this, bad things happen. So this is actually case for XXX. It is unclear why this is needed. So this whole thing is absolutely horrible. Even without this function. So I have a segment array, which is over here, which has just a number. Might have to make this bigger. Where I dump these patches in that I get by iterating or jumping along the parents, and I put them in here, and then I reverse them. Reverse the path. That's because we're going from the goal backwards. And yes, this is also reversed, not just the route. This is also reversed, which is, well, it is what it is. So, but after this, it's not. I'm done with the C patch here, so I reuse it for reversing this thing. And this is just the same as the, what was the other thing that I reversed? The route. Yeah, that's just the same thing. Yeah, one starts from the front, the other from the back, and they swap. That's it. And then at the final step, I insert all the patches into the path array and return 1. Yeah, this doesn't look at the length, so that's okay. So that's the win path. If this this is the found the goal path, but this is the normal path. So I still have this minimum F from the open set, this patch, which is the current, C for current. I pull it out of the open set and set the open set flag to 0, the closed set flag to 1, which means this thing is done after this. And then I go over all the neighbors, all the neighboring patches of this current patch. I take a neighbor, I give it a score, which means just what's the effort to step on this patch, which is just 1. And this GS gives me the length of the path at the end. If the effort is greater than the effort on the neighbor, then don't go there. If the neighbor is in the closed set, yeah, I should put this over here. If the neighbor is in the closed set, then continue. There's this right here. So the the current patch will have the same fate as this neighbor that has the closed set flag set. So yeah, G-score stuff, and then here for all neighbors, so this is still iterating over all neighbors, update the neighbor, update the neighbor. So the neighbor gets the current patch as its parent. It gets the score and it gets the F value, which is just basically the distance from it to the goal, the theoretical distance. And don't know what this brings. I think this does not work. And at the end, add the neighbor to the open set. So if we arrived here and it wasn't disqualified up until here, the neighbor gets added to the open set, and that makes a chain of parents that may or may not arrive at the goal, which is here, and I can untangle this chain of parents and then have the path filled here. So after this function call, I will have incremented the path length and filled the path array with an unspecified amount of patches that were required to path between these two waypoints. And it does that 8 times, and then it has found the path. Yes. And then when this is done, when this worked, when I have a path, if the length is like this more than 3, I don't know what this was, something to do with the editor, then put in the start position. So the start position is, it's just a marker so that it can be decorated a bit. And this takes the first patch in the path and it looks at all its features. And if there's an element feature, if there's a feature element, then save it and set it to be the start feature. So all patches have these feature markers that are replaced at runtime with interesting stuff, and this one is reserved for the start position. Then do stuff with the minimap. Actually, let's look at this because that also was a problem. That's in the tile.c. So initializing the minimap is just copying the tile color at a random, very coarse position in the world into a map that is, I think, 16 times smaller, something like that. But yeah, that's it. Just looks at the world, copies the tile color. And then after that I have the update. Come on. Did I do something? No. The update minimap. Update minimap function, this runs after the path generation. And here it shows patches on minimap. So it runs through all patches in the path, and it does the same to the map buffer. This is pink. And it does the same for the route. So for all waypoints in the route, it paints the map buffer cyan. So yeah, and then we have the pre-process path function. This goes through all tiles in the world. If there's no tile there, it skips. If there's no object on the tile, it skips. It finds the patch. Oh, this is bad. If patch equal to, but this didn't crash, this function. It may have caused, well, I don't know. In any case, I have this patch add function, which needs X, Y, L, and that's it. Because this FMP is a bit, the flood map's a bit finicky, so that should work. Yeah. So go through all the tiles. If it doesn't have a patch, then continue. If the patch is in the path, if it's not in the path, then bail out, and then thin out the vegetation. It might actually be easier to just thin out everything. So let's just remove this. Doesn't make sense. Just thin out everything. So the game has its own copy of the world, so it can do what it wants with it. So this just there's a 1 in 5 chance that it removes props, and 1 in 4 that it removes features. That's about it. That's the pre-processing. Then I have the put features. And I've yet to come across something that looks fishy. Well, actually, the whole pathfinding stuff looks fishy. So put features, this goes over the path. First of all, it B0s flags, used to remember which was placed and such. And then for this patch, it goes through all elements in the patch. If they are not a feature, this is skipped. If it's the start feature, it places some decorations on it and skips. But if it's just a feature, then it tries 50 times to place something there. And yeah, I don't think I have to show this function because it's pretty mature, but it's just switch statements and other little functions. And this also didn't cause problems. So the put features, and then I have the post path. This is like the pre-processing path. Processes all tiles. Also gets the patch. Remove unused feature markers. So if there's a feature here, remove it. So this is just running on the path. Oh, that's yeah, sure. The put features function would have removed all feature markers it used, but the unused ones are removed here. If this tile has not a feature marker but is a portal, like a staircase or a ladder, then it removes the... This description is really bad. If on this tile there's a staircase, for example, and it doesn't lead anywhere, it has nothing to connect to, no other patch, then remove it. Otherwise, if it's not on layer 1, let me break this out. If layer is 1, continue. So leave the portal alone if it's on layer 1. If it leads to layer 1, this is the neighbor. If the portal leads to layer 1, leave it alone. If the neighbor where this portal leads to is not in the path, then remove it. And this places stuff. This just swaps out stuff it finds. So that's it. That's all there is. Now let's look in the main function, in the main file, and this start run. So this is about the second thing that happens when the game starts up. I swap the world data to game. I run the initialize run function, the path target, and then I get the start position, and then I initialize the game, the position. Let's look at the start position. So it takes the first node on the path, goes through all features, looking for the start feature. If it has it, then it returns it. That's it. And let's look at the initialize game function. That removes all entities, moves all tile mods, resets the weather, initializes all entities, initializes the light map, sets the camera, and that's it. Creates a save file. So that didn't help anything. But yeah, this is a relatively new system. So going over it a couple of times is pretty good for learning it. So I think it's really this stuff right here. Actually, let's test. Let's see how excuse me. Actually, let's see how often it crashes and where. Sorry if this causes flickering or something, because it's, yeah, I'm torturing my computer. Oh gee. Okay, this worked. This didn't. That's the map buffer stuff again. Okay. I mean, in the worst case, I really have to use the static analyzer. But I'm not sure how targeted I can run that. I might be sitting here fixing issues for a couple of days before I get to the real stuff. But yeah, it might actually be a good idea. Same thing again. Okay, this is different. That's just no path found, is it? 240. That would be here. No. Oh, that's a start. But the other thing was also with the waypoints. The update minimap was also a waypoint issue. Are the waypoints just bad? Assert. But I think this crashes all the time because there are just so many neighbors, which is actually super sus. Not this way. Yeah. No, waypoints greater than 0. What? Oh, yeah, great. Actually did not crash there. We even started. That's new. Okay. Let me turn this back to normal. It's just 0. Frame. Great. Nine. Oh, this is stupid off by 1 arrow. It should be -1. What? Why is it? Hello? Okay. Less than an RT. Makes no sense. Oh, that's again the NRTE destroyed. It's everything in run. What is it near to? MMDS plus plus. Assert MDS is less than, what was it? Patch target plus 1. Patch path tile. Oh. Oh. That is a problem. That might be the problem. That might be the problem. So where do I? Is this a constraint anywhere? It is for iron length. Let's just generate a path from well, there's nothing really specified here. Main. Find the start point. Where am I? Path target. No idea why this is +1. Makes no sense. External struct. Oh. Okay, that it's in debug. That's just the. Yeah, let's rename this. To path max. And it is, that's 200 times 12. What? That's a gigantic number. It's completely wrong. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm reading wrong. I'm just stupid. It's this 8 times 12. That's okay. But let's time it 2 just for safety. And then path target. Okay. And now there should be enough space. So that this doesn't... that's not it. Where is it? Path max. Oh, come on. Here. So this doesn't crash. Okay. 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 This looks good. This looks good. Why are the... Oh, that's the path segments. Never mind. I was looking at the minimap. Oh, this looks good. This looks good. The path is still really bad, but don't understand how it could possibly do this. Oops. Didn't mean to. Oh, I think maybe. Maybe I start at 1 here. Oh, drum roll. What is this? That's not encouraging. But still going. Still going. Oh. No. What if I subtract 1 here? Okay. is happening? This is acceptable. Not this other stuff. What's it doing here? Oh, is there a waypoint there and there's nothing there? Oh, that's what I cut off. Could have been so easy. If is visible is 0. Let's remove this. Why does it spin out of control here? Paper. So if I have the goal node and there's a chain of other nodes, other dots all the way to start, which is S, goal is G. My current node is at G. If it's not null, if it's not the start, I set my current to its neighbor. That's afterwards. So SGM0 is the goal. Next one. It's not null. It's not the start. So that gets GM. Wait, actually, didn't I? No, that's somewhere else. It's not added to. Yeah, it does make sense. So SGM1 is something in between. Then I follow this, follow this, follow this. Finally, I am at the start. And the start does not get added. Yes. The start is not in there. So yeah, that's super bad. The start has to be in there. But I cannot. I cannot put in the end. -1. Oh. Start and end is reversed. Oh my god. So the goal, but the start is not in there. I reverse this. Yeah, that's meaning is the same. The direction in which you look at it is irrelevant. I'm just saying that because maybe it becomes true. So if I do -1 here, that takes away from the end. And that should maybe... yeah. Path max failed. Okay, let's add this stupid... what was it? This... this... Come on. Okay, that ran. That's good. Oh, this is an end. That's very good. Let's turn off the markers. Else my PC might die. Well, this is wrong again. But it also it can backtrack, I think. I mean, this is kind of bad, but this is really bad. What's happening here? Yeah, well, I don't think I can fix this today. I'm just too tired. So let's call it a day. But nonetheless, this was quite productive. I think I have only one day left for the pathfinding. That's pretty bad. Yeah, well, I just have to cut something else. So let's check this in. Fix. Crashing. Bug. Debug. Debug. And then let's look at the nodes. Yeah, kind of. Still one day. and 111. This is getting, yeah, getting scary. But that's this is wrong. Where is it here? Okay, 29th. Add high-level generated routes. Okay, add a star. Well, that's two details. Add world path traversal using, well, connections using pathfinding. Add visualization modes to editor. Hard and world visualization modes to editor. You're missing. Okay. Think about that. That's about it. Yep. Okay, that's it for me for today. I may be live tomorrow. Actually, I might take a day off tomorrow to really crank this out. But the hardest things are done, I guess. I think so. It's just tweaking, bug fixing. Seeing that it works consistently. And it should, I mean, I have all the tools I need and I should be able to do this tomorrow. So yeah, probably won't stream, but I'll be back then on Saturday or Sunday the latest. Yeah, I might. Oh yeah, that's okay. I'll take tomorrow off. And I'll be back on Saturday. Yeah. So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. All right, bye.